I will do roll call. Rick Diaz
Here.
and Sandra Reese is on her way. Adriana Melgosa. Here. We have Angela DeMarco
Here.
and Dr. Matt Turkey.
Here.
Okay, and myself, Martha Chavarria. So at this time, we will open up to public comment on closed session. And again, okay, and there's no one on, so we shall then return to closed session at 4:36.
No, there was.
Somebody's got sticky fingers.
I was the first one here and there was only 4.
Well, yeah.
Thank
We
you.
on? Okay. All right, everybody. We shall reconvene to open session at 6:14. Let's stand and do the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so there was no report taken, action taken on closed session. And we shall move to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second. Rick?
So
motion,
moved.
Adriana second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. Next item is recognition and presentation. So we have a presentation on early learning.
Yay.
Yay!
President, board, community, super ecstatic here to bring up Christina Torres, who's our Director of Early Learning. In my short time here, I've been nothing but impressed by her sheer commitment to early education and to our youth and to our community. So she's here to share some great news.
Thank you. I would also like to ask the supervisor, Joanna, to join me. Thank you, board and superintendent, for allowing us to come today. We're here today to recognize our early learning team. We have a fantastic team, and we wanted to share with you our commitment to our school, our district, that we are going to set the foundation and provide quality care to our littlest learners so they can grow up and be successful, not only in school, but later in life when they get their career, when they move on and decide what they want to do. A foundation from our littlest learners is what they need to be successful. And we're very excited. Go ahead and change the slide. That every 5 years, we participate in Quality Matters Monterey County. They come and they send an independent observer who is trained and certified in rating sites to visit all of our programs. So every one of our classrooms, they use California standards of quality, and they measure in 6 areas. They measure on child observation, developmental and health screening, staff training and education, positive teacher-child interactions, teacher-to-child ratios, and director qualifications. After they do their rating, they meet with me, and they did meet with me, and they use a 5-star rating system to guide not only our early learning team. So we go back together as a team and we look at our ratings and we see, what are we doing really great on? And what are some of the things that this year we want to make goals to do better this year? And it's also for parents. So in front of you guys, I gave you guys some trifolds. There are 2 trifolds, one in English and one in Spanish. It's something that we can give our families to show them that our program, all of our classes are providing quality care. So I'd like for you guys to look at those when you have a chance. Again, they use a 5-star rating for our programs. 5 stars is excellence in quality, 4 stars exceeding quality, 3 stars achieving quality, 2 stars rising quality, and 1 star committed to quality improvement. Slide.
So at this time, we would like to present the plaque to each of our staff who are present here. And would like to begin with the highest rating, and that would begin with at the school Central Bay, our infant and toddler program. Miss Maria Palacio, please come up. Miss Juanita Vargas, she's here. Miss Matilde Dojaques and Miss Isabela Calzada.
Board member is going to give you a
This
call.
is your beautiful plaque. Congratulations.
So again,
Great job.
Okay, so very quickly, our infant toddler program is located at Central Bay. We serve 6-week-olds all the way through the age of 3 and I know, it's so, I love going in there and holding the babies. It's amazing. And again, they received 5 stars or highest quality rating.
Next up, we have Prunedale Preschool, and we have Miss Janet Jimenez. Miss Julie Bautista. Miss Candy Shaw. Miss Patty Herrera. Miss Vicky Vasquez. Miss Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
It's the same one, Miss, it's the same one.
Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you.
And at Prunedale Preschool, we have a co-op preschool, which is a parent participation preschool. We have an AM and a PM inclusive preschool where we do special ed with general ed students, and we have a full day preschool. Good job, Prunedale. Good job.
Next up, we have Echo Valley Preschool with Miss Alexandria Hashimoto. We would like to present your plan.
My granddaughter loves you. She goes, I can't wait to see Miss. Congratulations.
Oh.
Congratulations. Well done.
And at Echo Valley
Thank
School,
you.
we have an AM and PM preschool. Job.
Good job. Miss Alex. Next, we have Elkhorn Preschool with Miss Hanai Sayusi.
And Miss Nisa is not with us any longer, but we still want to recognize her because this was for last year and she did a great job.
All right. Very good.
There at Elkhorn School, we have an inclusive AM and PM preschool, and we're very excited to be moving along really nicely with our full day preschool, which we hope to have back after the winter break.
And next, we would like to recognize Castroville Preschool, Miss Alicia Ochoa. Miss Deirdre Clark. Gloria Espinosa. Miss Maribel Ibarra. Miss Aide Ladin. Miss Rosa Ramirez. Miss Jamila Mosin. And Miss Galilea Ordain.
Congratulations. Yay. Congratulations. Well done and thank you. Congratulations and thank you. Congratulations. Well done.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Great job.
Thank you. And at Castroville Preschool, we are still in the works of opening an amazing site. We're extremely excited about it. It's beautiful. And it's moving along really well right now. I see it in a very near future happening. We have a super day at Castroville, which serves children 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We also have a full day and we have an AM and a PM preschool. So congratulations.
And the last recognition here would be for the FRC preschool program, and that says Miss Claudia Luna.
She's still employed with us, she just didn't come.
So you have 2 in the class.
And the FRC preschool will also be relocated to our Castroville site. So our AM and PM, which was there, will now be at Castroville and we'll all be together at Castroville. So we'd like to thank you so much for recognizing early learning. I've been in the district for 23 years. I started as a state preschool teacher. I think I've done everything. I've done co-op, I've done home visiting, you know, everything in our district that we have for early learning. And I have a great passion for our district because I not only went to school here, my kids went to school here, and I have such an amazing team. And it's so important for me that the community knows that we have quality early learning programs and we have a fantastic team that just love little kids with all their heart. And I just want everyone to know that if you have a 3-year-old, go to the FRC and enroll them because we're currently enrolling for the new school year. So again, my team's amazing. Can we just recognize them?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for coming and congratulations. This is one of our highlights that we enjoy doing. So appreciate you guys coming and taking the time because it takes special people like you to take care of our little babies. So it does start from the very beginning. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. We all do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you gonna say something? Oh, actually, I was listening to Congress and it was talking about early childhood education. For every dollar you spend, you put $4 back into the economy. So what you do is a critical first step at educating people who are going to be members of our society and our community. And you create families that are going to be able to be middle class rather than, you know, just is to escape poverty. That's where it starts with early childhood education. So I do want to commend you on the work you do and your passion, because you don't do something like this unless you love it. And you're actually creating our future when you take care of these small children and are the first introduction to their education. So bravo and thank you so very much.
And I would definitely agree, as someone who has worked with you. I was the one enrolling those little ones and helping the families, but also Ms. Rosa was the aide for my 3 children. So now they're 20-year-olds and they still remember their preschool assistants and the teachers. And so it has created a big impact for our family. They went from preschool to graduates now. So thank you, and thank you for the work that you're doing, because it takes all of you to start our little ones in a good space, to create that and then move away from that generational poverty, right? And making sure that they learn and they have a good environment. So I miss working with all of you. There's a couple of you who are not here that also have had the history and have done a lot of work. Ms. Maria Luisa, we still talk about her and her work that she did with our little ones. And so I'm really excited about where the program is going and what all of you are doing.
Also, I just wanted to say real quick, I had 3 of my kids that went through there out of the 4, and you know, obviously recognize a couple of the teachers were Ricky and Danae, and then Dallas ended up going for 1 year. But it's such a good thing because it prepares them for kindergarten first and not going into kindergarten or first and not knowing as much as if they would go at 2 or 3 years old or 4 or whatnot. But thank you, because it affects all the families so much that go there. So thank you so much for the past, present, and future. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't have anything else to add, but I'd like to say thank you because you deserve to be recognized. So thank you.
So shall we move on to the next item? Are we ready? Okay. Preparation for the start of the 2024-25 school year.
Yes, super excited here to give a presentation of the highlights of what our new cabinet district-wide has done to get us started for the school year. So thank you, Michael, for getting us started with this presentation. So next slide, please. We have all been working extremely hard across all departments, nutrition, finance, HR to get ready for the start of the school year. And here's some images just to tell you that the focus has been clarity and coherence so that all sites are clear for what our LCAP goals are, what we're trying to do, how we're going to do it, why we do it. So that's been like the intention behind this whole piece, that we model the kinds of things during the summer PD that we would like to have happen at our school sites during these 4 days of professional development to then extend it to the classroom. Next slide, please. So here's a bit of a summary of some of the key things that happened over the summer. So a lot of hard work from our staff. We had teachers volunteer their time over the summer to come in to represent different grade level teams, say third grade, say, seventh grade math, eighth grade English, different teachers. They could have been enjoying their vacation and hopefully they still did, but they also came in to do work over the summer to help their colleagues to be clear about standards, to be clear about what we were going to focus on to support our students. So big kudos to several of our teachers who put that work together in the summer. We also have various professional development, including AVID training, including math professional development with CSUMB for our teachers that were also optional for them, that many of them took advantage. We began to have collaboratives for our district administrators and our site administrators as well, so that, again, we can talk about values, talk about why we're going to do what we are going to be doing this year. Bridget Perhack, along with other team members, put together a wonderful new teacher orientation for all of our new staff, either new to the profession or new to the school district as well. Some of you actually were on the community tour bus that was also put together. That was a complete success with letting people know how important our community is. And again, them not just knowing what they're going to be teaching, where they're going to be teaching, but also knowing the community that they're going to be serving, which was amazing. And we recently had our tier 1 meetings for our site leaders at the elementary and secondary level, again, for the same point of getting us started on the strong foot for this school year. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to be showing some highlights and some photographs of the things that we were doing. So a lot of things that we focused on was we are human beings within a system that are seeking to change things better for the better of our kids and for our staff. And a big part of that is how we're going to be interacting with each other. So some of the things that we model was how we need to create community agreements with each other and not just have rules mandate how we cooperate with each other. So there was a lot of modeling of that with our site leaders. And as you will see later in some photographs, we saw sites today mirroring some of those same experiences with their teachers to build that community. Next slide, please. And next slide again. And a big part of this is also talking about our why. So where Dr. Turkey had an opportunity to talk about his why, including how it's important to break inequity, create different systems, right, that really do service for our kids. Our staff themselves got an opportunity to talk about their why, to share their why with each other and to build community. Here you see several staff members participating in what we call a dyad activity, in which they do deep listening with each other to create empathy and compassion with one another and to build that community. And again, we were modeling the sort of activities that we want them to also have with their staff on site. And then ideally, even with staff and students on campus. Next slide, please. We're also really aware that we have very high expectations for where we want to go and what we want to do. And we also know that we're not where we want to be at yet. There's a gap between the vision that we have and the current reality from student achievement scores and A through G graduations. We're not shunning away from the reality, and we're having a clear vision on what that gap is. And I want to thank several board members who were at our events who saw our work in action. Next slide, please. Because part of looking at that reality is looking at what have been the historical systems that have created the inequities in our school system. So we looked at history from slavery to segregation to laws against bilingual education to Prop 87, all kinds of things that systemically have disadvantaged several members of our community historically. And one of the things that we also talked about is that the system isn't some thing hiding in the closet or in the hills. It is us. So we have the opportunity to change what that system is because the systems are driven by people. Next slide, please. And so a lot of here, you see our colleagues here reflecting on what went well, what didn't go well last year. You see on your bottom right there, also us looking at data, looking at site data from our CAS scores to suspension rates to chronic absenteeism, and us taking stock of the things that are going really well. So for example, we've had improvements in dropping chronic absenteeism, but yet still struggles in math and in English, right? So we're looking at the reality straight on, not ignoring it, and then thinking about what we're gonna do differently. Next slide, please. And yet again, so we're here about redesigning systems. So what Dr. Turkey has been bringing to us since he was working with MCOE here with our school district is the focus on continuous improvement and the laser-like focus on the LCAP goals that we have grounded on the values that and our mission and vision. So we laid out to our tier 1 teams how we're going to be doing continuous improvement, the cycles that we're going to be having. And we went deep into not just the why, the how, and the what of the work that we're going to be doing. Next slide, please. And again, here you can see the modeling. So on the left-hand side is a poster of the sort of community agreements that we want to have, right, in order to do this difficult work. So you can see how honest our staff is being. It says, be open to change, to seek out solutions, right? Respect each other and professionals, be fully present, speak your truth and not hide what you're feeling so that we can really have the hard conversations, which is going to be necessary when we have hard work to do. And you can see them putting forth aspirations that we have. And there, I was able to join Prunedale Elementary this morning, and we can see our leader there, Ms. Mendez, along with staff, mirroring some of the experiences that they had with us earlier in the summer with the staff. And so again, going back to this clarity and coherence that we want to have this school year. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of the 4 days. So today is day 1. As I said, all of our leaders were focusing on having a common vision around building community, setting expectations, being clear when our teachers go into professional learning communities or when our school psychologists come together, how can they work together through collective efficacy to improve their practice? And that's the focus of today. Tomorrow, you will see our classroom teachers are going to be focusing on backwards design, effective instruction, vis-a-vis learning objectives and success criteria, LCAP goals that we have in LCAP Goal 5. And then we're also going to have yard supervisors talking about positive discipline as well. So other job-alike spaces so that we can make sure that people get the support that they need. iReady, as you recall, is something that we approved through the board, which is our platform to measure reading and mathematics. So we're going to have our training tomorrow for our elementary teachers. Okay, I'm going too fast. I will slow down. Okay, I will slow down. I apologize. All right. So with iReady, it is very important launch that we're going to have. It's a huge investment that we have. If you recall, close to $500,000 with a platform that allows us to measure reading and math 3 times a year for our students so that we know who is accelerating and who is struggling early on so that we can do something about it. We cannot have a successful launch without the right professional development so that our teachers know how to administer that assessment. That training will be happening tomorrow as an example. Next slide. And also, what's really also real for staff is that they need time to get their rooms ready and to prepare the climates on their campus and in their classrooms to receive our students. So a lot of the focus you can see here happening next week on Monday is to be focusing on common behavior expectations, focusing on social emotional learning, and again, preparing their classrooms for the start of the school year. Dr. Turkey and I are going to go to our respective schools to visit school sites, to connect with staff as well, and honestly, just to motivate them on and to let them know how we're excited for the school year along with them. Next slide. These are recent photographs of your hardworking staff, and they are having fun. They are laughing. They're being silly. They're being serious. And they're ready to connect with our kids because they're ready to go for our school year. And that is my presentation to you to highlight some of the ways that we're preparing for the school year in a focused manner to support our staff.
Yay.
Awesome.
Good job, Mr. Garcia. Really good job. So I open it up for the public. Any comments? Statements? Anyone on Zoom that would like to comment or make a statement? I know that we have individuals on Zoom and it's a new thing that we're doing. And I wanted to allow that to be translated in Spanish. That's why I'm going super slow. Seeing that that's none, then I'd go ahead and open it up to the board. Comment, statement?
Just thank you. Thank everyone for the preparation. I got the opportunity to participate in one of them, and it's just feels great to see the excitement, see that there's changes coming and there's more coming and we're working to improve. And I really want to thank you for acknowledging that we are not where we want to be, but we're working to get there. And that transparency is what our community has been wanting for years. The acknowledgement that we can do better and we must do better for everyone, for our students, for our staff, for everyone. And so thank you for acknowledging that. And I'm just excited and look forward to what's coming.
Yes. We said it early, we're excited for this new year, you know, this transition, this change. It just feels really good on where we're heading. And yes, we got invited to go to this workshop and it was pretty impressive. Those pictures said it all. And it was something new that some of us board members have not participated in, to really get that insight of, you know, how you guys kick off the year with professional development, and a lot of good feedback on that. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just like to add, I mean, I'm proud. I'm proud of what you're doing. I'm proud of this tone that you're setting. This is what our districts needed, and the realization that there is hard work ahead, but that we're willing to roll up our sleeves and do it together, because that's what our students deserve. That's what our community deserves. So I'm extremely proud, and I know it's the excitement, the energy, the goodwill is palatable. So let's not squander it. Let's continue to get input, because when we do, that's when we make the best decisions. And again, I'm proud, and I'm tickled pink. I'm excited. This is the shiznit. I mean, I don't know how to say it, but I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Yeah. So thank you.
I love
Wonderful
it.
presentation. Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Good job.
And I'd actually like to invite Dr. Santa Cruz up, actually, just to, at this point, as we're talking about the start of school, to give us a quick update on the high school facilities project and ingress and egress and what we're looking like for next week. Thank you, Connie. I know that this is, you're doing this kind of like off the cuff, which is perfectly fine. And we thank you so much for doing it. Oh my gosh, you've whipped together a PowerPoint. Okay.
Full disclosure, I just finished this in the last 5 minutes, so bear with me. I'm just trying to give you the essence of, okay? So just trying
appreciate
to
it.
pretty much give you an update. So with the understanding that you know, during the time that we're doing this improvement to the site, the focus for the whole team has been in safety first. With the understanding that we want to deliver the project on time and on budget, but at the same time, we acknowledge the fact that the kids are coming, our students are coming, and we have to run business as usual with the understanding that we need to be ready for that. So I just did something like a summary of what we're doing. I met with the principal of the high school and the assistant principal, as well as with the director of facilities. And we went over a comprehensive plan in anticipation of our students arriving next week. So just a brief summary, and I'll walk us through with the visual. Basically, we're anticipating doing clearly marked and restricted construction zones to keep the students and staff away from you know, hazardous areas or areas where they can trip or, you know, become exposed to the construction. We are planning in enhancing supervision and monitoring throughout the school premises, especially where the construction zone it's happening, via fences that they're going to be 6 feet in height. So just creating a path of travel for the students or the users within the space, but at the same time preventing access to the site, to the construction. Not only the barrier, the physical barrier, but also individuals rerouting the traffic. You know, we had a discussion between providing support between site staff and between our facilities staff. So the first week specifically, because I know the traffic is going to be heavy. It's always a challenge pattern, not to mention with construction, hence the need for us to overemphasize. And I don't care if they say overemphasizing, it's totally fine. More is more in this case. We also are going to be reinforcing awareness via a communication that the site principal will be sending to the community. We drafted the information in collaboration so that eventually, as she feels that it's ready to go out, she's going to be communicating with the community. I will also be providing a graphic with a site plan and specific arrows to redirect the points of entrance and exit. She will be using that to communicate, and also we'll be facilitating or enhancing the communication via our website as well. So everything will be available for the community should they have any questions. Now, with that said, allow me to show you the facilities. Am I able to? I don't think so, right? Okay, so can you go to slide number 3, please? Okay, this is what I did in 5 minutes.
Happy faces, I like.
And so basically, this is the site plan. This is going to be the base plan that site principal will be using, as well as my department, facilities department, so that we can, obviously, we're not going to be using, the happy faces and so on, but just for the sake of using symbols so that we can understand my conceptual update. So on the top, where you see the reds and the arrows, that's Castroville Boulevard. So what we are anticipating doing, we're going to be placing those A-frame signs with plenty of anticipation. I will say 1, 2, or 3 signs on each side this way, so that whoever is driving this way or this way, they can visually anticipate that we have construction, heads up. The entrance will be on the entrance right now. The current entrance, they identified entrance. It's on the right below the ENT. Yes, thank you. Right there. So it's going to be the main point of entrance right now, entry. And then on the left, where you see the first happy face, it's going to be accessible for the teachers. And that's the area where the parking lot for teachers will be readily accessible and available. We're going to be fencing that area so that they won't have access to the construction site. And if you use your cursors, the orange, the star, it's the drop-off point for the buses, and the students will be unloading over there. And then the path of travel is where the first happy face is. They will continue walking through the space right there along that path of travel. We are going to be placing the fence that I mentioned, the 6 feet tall. So they won't have access to, on the left side, it's basically the construction area. So fully inaccessible for them. So if you continue with the path of travel, Michael, and then they will be arriving to the admin office. And as soon as, yes, keep going. Right there, it's a safe space so that now they can be, redirected to their specific areas or classrooms. As of now, they have this raw data. We just met around 3 p.m. And this is basically, what I'm gathering. I shared this base site plan. The director of facilities, he's working on those symbols so that we're making sense of the signs and how to enter. This is just very, last minute, if you will. But I'm just trying to be able to provide an update in reference to where to enter and what to expect. Now, with that said, we're gonna have a medium, which is a divider along the curb that tomorrow will be ready. The other one on the exit, we're anticipating finishing on Wednesday. So that's how we're pushing the envelope. And it's a lot of coordination. You'll see me every morning coordinating with the contractor. And so that is basically the expectation, so that we can have this ebb and flow of, the circulation of cars and so on, and mitigating the even though it's challenging, but it's feasible. And this is all good this is for a good cause. And it's just a temporarily inconvenience. And I recognize that it's an inconvenience. And I'm asking the community to be graceful and flexible with us. Hopefully, by mid-September, it is our hope to have phase 1 completed. And phase 2 is basically, compared to the scale of work that we're doing right now, it's a 10%. So that's my update. Apologies, this is last minute, but I think it is important to provide this input to the community. Any questions?
Okay, so I'll open it up to the audience. Any comments or statements or questions from the audience? Any preguntas? Okay, is anybody on Zoom that might have some questions or comments regarding the entrance? I know it's part of the presentation. No, none? Okay, board members, I know you guys have questions.
I mean, it's more a comment. I think everybody in the community, or the majority of the community, absolutely understands that this is a minor inconvenience to get that improved facade that we're looking forward to. I'm just concerned. Traffic patterns, Castroville Boulevard are already pretty dangerous as it is, and this will just add a lot more complexity. I don't want, with all the good things that we're doing, that this first day of school becomes, where there's accidents or people can't get to their kids, or there's traffic all the way down Castroville Boulevard. I think it sounds like you have a good plan. I just want us to be over prepared. I don't know if it means including CHP for anybody who's, you were going to say the same thing?
I was gonna say, contact CHP, because
Maybe
that's
additional
gonna be-
support.
That's because
Okay.
people are gonna wanna park in places that
Crazy.
it's not safe. They already do it during the school year. They're gonna try to get here however they can. And
yeah.
we should be prepared to have extra support to direct traffic. And with that, I would add to the community to ask everyone, including, I asked myself this morning, every morning, be patient. This is what we wanted. It's gonna take time, and just add a little bit of extra time to your travel for the next few weeks, because we all want improvement, but it takes work. And there's things that we cannot control. And this is something that I was explaining to my own student. Yet when was it? The student photos on Tuesday? I was explaining to my own student that they need to be patient, that there's stuff that our district cannot control, state controls, and we must be patient with every worker who's working hard to get us what we can, what we want. And also for us to acknowledge that there's so much out of control that can happen, and there's no blame, and that we just need to figure out solutions to fix it. So I ask staff, I ask students, I ask parents, I ask all community, please be patient and add more time to your travel for the next weeks.
Thank you. No, I really appreciate you taking the time. When those little red signs that they had up there, that was my question. What signage are we going to have on the street to
Sure.
give that pause and that alert? Because even coming to these board meetings, I told I pass. I forget about the entrance not being, because there's no signage. My mind is automatically coming. And I could see that everybody just thinking that they could go in, right? And that backing up. Or like you said, we want to prevent any accidents or anything like that. So
Correct.
thank you that to me stood out. I was like, yes, you're gonna have signage there. But again, I know there's a lot of work involved in this, and I really appreciate you guys doing this. I do agree with the extra coverage. My only question is, you said that the bus is gonna be dropping off right there, right? That little sign right there?
Yes, the
Okay.
orange.
So when you say the bus is gonna be dropping off people right there, and then they're crossing the street where that's the main road, right? That, the little
Uh-huh.
route we've been taking.
Yes.
So do all the multiple buses come at staggered times? Do they come at the same time? Or, so there might be like different buses in only one section where they'll be able to get off?
It's going to be, I'm sorry, the drop-off area, where you see the orange, it's the, usually as you're driving,
So it's gonna be still in the same place?
it's giving access to parents to drop off the students.
Okay.
To the
In the
same.
parking lot, same place?
Correct.
Okay,
And then as you continue, there is the part of the curb where we have the buses lining up,
mhm.
and then students will be able to walk and continue with the pathway.
So Connie, would it be accurate to say that the buses will park and drop off as they always have done?
That is correct.
So that's not
That
changing?
is correct.
Okay,
No,
that's
it's not
just-
changing. The only thing that I just wanted to emphasize, especially for parents, is if I'm a parent dropping off my student, the orange symbol is my left turn so that I can approach the safe space. So they can exit my car, and we're gonna have staff members redirecting the traffic and allowing the students to cross safely.
Okay,
Mhm.
so the drop off for parents and for teachers,
Remains the same.
that stays the same? They
Remains
go
the
into the
same.
parking lot, get dropped off there?
Correct.
Okay, they're just walking in different?
We're just redirecting the path of travel
Okay,
for the students. Mhm.
And also I'm thinking there's not access for parking in that area, in the top area.
We do have, all the parking is going
gonna
to
be
be
accessible?
accessible.
Okay,
Yes, business as usual, except for
the walking path.
exactly, the path of travel, and you'll see, the fences preventing access to where the construction zone is identified.
any questions?
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you.
Thank
Just
you.
thank you.
Connie, thank you. It's great. I know you're working super hard on this. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the Classified School Employees Association. Do we have any representatives here from CSCA? Okay, seeing that there's none, how about the North Monterey County Teachers Federation of Teachers? All right, then let's move over to board reports. I'll start with Rick Diaz.
I recently went to some of the meetings. Couple of them were at the Moss Landing Marine Lab, and very productive. A lot of interaction with everyone and positivity. And then I went on Tuesday to the Hartnell Annex to the elementary school admins and TOSAs and stuff like that. And that was productive and positive. It was really great. I left there and went to the middle school to just do a random thing because I'm coaching soccer, girls soccer at the middle school. But I found Yvette there with a bus and a bunch of adults, and I was like, what's going on? So she said, oh, these are new teachers and we're going to take them on a tour. Do you want to come? And I said, heck yeah, for sure. And so I sit in the front of the bus with Bridget, and it was Yvette Padilla and Maria Cuentas and Bridget Perhatch. And we went to a tour of North County and the district and our community. Our first stop was, first of all, Maria and Yvette were on the loudspeaker, like tour guides, and it was awesome. The little trivia and games, who could guess this question, and to your left is the Castroville Community Center and stuff like that. And the founder is Juan Castro. And so passed by the FRC Community Center, Castroville School, stopped at Rico's Deli. Event had a community partner with Rico's Deli. So everyone on the bus, which was packed, two adults per seat, the entire bus. We went inside Rico's, they took pictures with the gigantic artichoke, and they had a couple samplings of French fried artichokes for every single new teacher. And then we go to Echo Valley, and we'll pass by Elkhorn and Echo Valley. And then we go to Prunedale Roundtable, and we stopped there for lunch, which was provided by the owner, Junior. And we had like 35-40 minutes there, and the whole, they had everything: pizza, twist, salad, soft drinks. And I got to sit with like 6 teachers at a round table, and we just sat and broke bread together, and they told me where they came from and their little bit of their histories, and I told them a little bit of my history and what's going on with the district. And they said they feel the vibe. They're happy to be here, and that was an awesome thing that they went to. So we got back on the bus and just went past Prunedale School, Central Bay, and the transportation yard. And yeah, it was a great little thing, and I'm glad to have those new teachers, and a lot of them that I talked to were stoked to be there. And that's pretty much it. It was a really good thing that I actually posted videos and pictures online, and everyone was just like stoked on Instagram, Facebook, where they were just like, wow, this is needed. Wow, this is awesome. Wow, this is, so everything, every positive comment, everything was positive. But a big props to Yvette, Bridget, and Maria for sure.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I don't think that's ever happened before.
It was awesome.
That was awesome. What a great idea. The team that put it together.
Yeah.
That's a great job. Thank you.
Gosh, well, my board report's really disappointing because I haven't done anything as exciting as my colleagues. I've been hard at work. It's nuts at my job, so I haven't had a chance to participate. But I did make it down to the Monterey County Elections Office to apply. Is it apply? No, file for this board seat. And anyone who's interested in trustee area 5, 1, or 3?
1, 5, and
Okay, you have till tomorrow to apply. As of right now, it's just the 3 of us who have reapplied to be on the board. And it's really a wonderful position where there's a lot of opportunities to provide input and work with a fantastic staff. If not, it will be me again for the next 4 years. So be warned. I see all the wonderful stuff that administrators, the superintendent, teachers, and staff are doing to prepare. And so I started thinking about, hey, parents, what can parents do to help their kids be successful? And then I started thinking of some of the things I've done over the years. And then I asked Google, and Google gave me a list. So I thought I would use my time to advocate for parents to be part of the solution, because I believe we are our students, our children's first teachers. So let's see what AI had to say. Showing interest. Let your child know you value education and believe in their abilities. Ask about their day and assignments and praise their efforts. Setting a routine. Establish a daily schedule with time for homework, healthy eating, and sleep. Modeling. Demonstrate how to learn and complete difficult tasks. You can also model life lessons like meeting requirements, learning from mistakes, and working hard. Providing support. Help your child get organized, find homework help, and provide necessary materials. You can also help them develop study and organizational skills. And then it talks about encouraging, celebrate your child's successes. being involved, volunteer at your child's school, join the parent-teacher group, attend events like back to school night and parent-teacher conferences. You can also meet with teachers at the beginning of the year to learn how they communicate and share important information. And I thought those were very helpful tips because as parents, we play a role in our student success, in our community success. So that's my board report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
I'm gonna go home and tell my mom
Okay.
what she needs to do.
Well, my
Prepare
mom didn't do
because
it, but
I
it's
feel
okay.
like
That's
that-
okay. I'm the new generation.
I need
New
that.
addition, new addition.
I need
You are-
that as well, as a parent.
Okay.
But those are good.
Friendly
tips.
reminders, friendly
Good tips
reminders.
and good things, because you're right, everyone can participate, including our students, on how to prepare. I just attended some of the, or one of the administrators' professional day, and it was really good to share space, and I really want to thank them for allowing me to share space with them and understand all they have to carry, and all they have to do to make sure our schools are running and everyone gets what they need. And I'm hoping that that can continue, because I really don't want to be seen as just a board member who comes in and just like, oh, everyone needs, it's more like, how can we share space together? Because we are a team. And so any opportunity that is given to us, please let us know, because I really want to make sure that we are also part of the work. And I really want to give a shout out, like the high school kids say, to Michael. Thank you. It took me 10 minutes to register my child online. I want to say it would take me up to 2 hours filling out paperwork for each one of my kids for the past 20 years, almost 20 years. And it took me 10 minutes to actually enroll my child. And I feel like everything is accomplished now. In all honesty, they think I'm joking, but no. That was really easy. And I know that some parents, I did get calls and I did get messages of parents who are not using technology and haven't used technology ever. And for them, it's difficult. But I was talking to them about how it will become easier once we understand how to use that technology and work with them to do it, because then they don't have to do all the paperwork and I was one of those kids who I was the one filling out the paperwork for my parents. So I'm sure that all those kids are the ones filling out the paperwork and trying to answer questions that the kid is probably like, well, I don't know, Mama. What do you mean? Like, I'm supposed to know. So thank you so much for doing that. I think that was a major, major success for this school year. And it has created a big impact, at least for me. Thank you. I know there's tons of parents who did not have to leave work, did not have to do stuff, and they would just click buttons and be like, yes, exactly. That's so thank you for that. I really appreciate that, and all the team who put that together. That's really good. And then I just want to say that a lot of our students are really excited for this school year, and they're looking forward because they're seeing also the change, and they're seeing the cultural change and the staffing and the adults being excited. So they feel like, oh, something fun is happening. And so they're feeling, and it's getting contagious. So I want to thank you, all of you who are preparing and making sure that our kids also feel excited to be in this space, and that they feel welcome, and that they feel that the improvements are happening.
Thank you, Adriana. Thank you so much. You guys said beautiful things. I'm not gonna duplicate that, but yes, Michael, that was a huge, huge win there. There's one parent that's been advocating for that for about 3 years, and she's been in my ear for 3 years. So she was the first one that I called when I heard that we were gonna go live. And yeah, she was very, very happy. So I want to just go ahead and mention, yes, the workshops were amazing. I know we talked about that. But I had the opportunity, because I got a comp ticket from the CABE organization that I'm involved with, to go to the California Latino School Board Association conference this weekend in Monterey. So it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Again, it's all about networking, working together. It was in our backyard, so I was able to go. You know, the CEO calls me, "Hey, Martha, I got a comp ticket. Do you want to go?" I said, "Yeah, it's in my backyard. I want to go." So I learned a lot. I went to three of the main workshops that stood out to me. It was called 7 Corazon Questions for Successful Educational Community. So with the hiring practices and with my HR hat that I wore for many, many years in the talent acquisition world, it was such a breathtaking, creative way of the questions that they came up with to really learn that corazon of the individual of why they want to work for us. You know, and it was so funny when they start off the slide to talk about what are the main interview questions. I didn't even have to look at their PowerPoint. I said, da, 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 da. These are the basic ones that we always ask. Tell us about yourself. How long have you, da, 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 da. I'm not going to go into those details, but the questions that they came up with were powerful. It's more like behavior, the culture, that why do they want to be here? Who are you? You know, what can you contribute? So I'm going to share this PowerPoint with our lovely HR leader because it was pretty cool to see that and how it's transformed some of their hiring staff to retain them because they found the right people because of these types of questions. Again, you guys have some great tools in place, I'm sure. So this is just another suggestion that putting it out there so you guys can have AI. You know how we've been talking about AI for a while. They had a whole workshop on AI and they talked about how the speaker was Jane Nunez from the Western Director of the Community Sense Media. He had a panel up there and talked about how, you know, I know, Adrienne, you've been talking how we need to embrace AI, and they talked about that. They talked about how crucial it is. And we've all been saying, like, we want to embrace it, but how, right? How do we do that? And so there's examples right now that they shared how there's AP teachers are utilizing this tool to develop the rubric. There we go. And a personalized learning, you know, so there's things that teachers are using with AI. They're very successful, but then it's also, how do you incorporate it for the students, right? And make it a safe platform for them to use and develop those guardrails. Well, did you guys know that our sister Salinas Union has already adopted a board policy around this? And they said, and it was funny because we had one board member there, you know, from Salinas, and it was like, why reinvent the wheel? Let's connect and see how that's working for them, right? So they say to start with the board policy and then start talking about how you can incorporate that into your district. So that was a powerful course that I went to that, you know, I'll do the research on that board policy and we can kind of review it, you know, see what that looks like. So again, there was other workshops that I went to. Why focus on pre-K to 3rd grade? How crucial that is, and from 8th to 9th grade. Those are the two crucial, you know, areas of, if they don't learn how to read or develop it after 3rd grade, they're going to struggle for the rest of the years. And that transition that we've always talked about from 8th to 9th grade, you know, why is it? Why do they struggle? So there's this organization that's called, California, what is it called? It championed to the success of EL learners, and they're called California's Together Partnership. I don't know if you guys heard of this organization, and they're free. Their services are free. They highlighted all the districts in California that they're working with. One of them is the Monterey Peninsula in our backyard, and they get to measure those benchmarks, and they showed, you know, the graphic of how they've excelled in those years that they've been working with them. So again, just passing on this information. It was really good stuff. I can go on, but that's why I love going to these workshops, because you learn so much, right? We never stop learning. And it's all about bringing resources back to our district, because that's what we need. We need those partnerships. We need that information to be able to excel. And that's what we want with the best outcome for our students. So that's my report. Okay, Angela.
So, got to attend that, what was the first thing, what did we call it? At the,
That was the admin, it was the site admin and the admin assistants.
I got to do that training at Moss Landing Brain Labs with the admin. It was just really, I have to thank you, Dr. Terry, for inviting us. One of the things as a board member, I want to help develop that reputation where the board is part of the team. Want to hear from everybody. It's fun to see the excitement in the air, how you're facilitating, how everybody felt like they were involved. Like Adriana said, you just see this cultural shift starting to happen that we've been wanting for such a long time. So I really appreciated going to that. To piggyback on also trustee Adriana Ramirez about the outstanding job from IT. I got to attend Back to the Nest at the high school and with the admin team. And the way it was set up, they were able to help so many parents who maybe weren't tech savvy. And the three administrators weren't handled it very well. They weren't stressed out because of the ease of use on how to log in. So they were able to facilitate a large number of parents and families to log in and enroll. So that definitely shows how far we're moving and how fast we're moving. Not to steal away from superintendent's thunder, I look forward to hearing. Well, let me piggyback about from HR, but you just see this new, very positive vibe of having a fully assembled cabinet team. For the past year, it's been very difficult to get certain things done. Felt like it was a grinding, small snail pace. Maple syrup would run faster than, some of the things that we asked for. And all of a sudden, you just get three new, this is a superintendent's filled. I'm just blown away how fast we're moving. But I also want to maybe put it out to the public of we got the new cabinet members, we're working on it. Please still have patience. There's a lot that are doing behind the scenes that we might not see everything, but we have to put a little bit of trust because they are working hard. They're definitely working, what's that saying, 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. And I appreciate how you've been prioritizing your work. There's a lot of trust we have in you, especially since we're trying to get things ready before school starts. But today's a great example of how exciting it is for the board. Mr. Garcia, you provided this great PowerPoint, showing the great vibe of what's going to happen. With Dr. Santa Cruz, we were just going to ask you for a quick 5-minute talk just to answer some questions. You just shocked us with a PowerPoint with smiley faces and red flags. I mean, you went way above and beyond what we were expecting, and it just goes to show the professionalism of your cabinet team. Like I said, we're going to hear a little bit more about Curtis in a second, but all the hard work he's been doing to filling spots in our district. I mean, last year our students had a hard time because we didn't know who their math teachers were going to be. We have such a massive sub issue, and it looks like we're not going to have that issue this year. It's been, fixed. So I appreciate you prioritizing hiring and filling those spots, so we didn't have to go through what we went through last year. I really want to thank you three, for everything you've done in a short amount of time and how much stuff you had to do in a short amount of time.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Angelo. All right, over to Dr. Turkey.
Right, thank you. Michael, could you pull up the report? Okay, so and then if you go to slide 2, please. So yeah, I mean, recently it's all been about preparation for school, right? And some of those things, to your point, have just been they've been hard and fast hiring, right? Curtis's #1 job has been hiring, right? That's what he and his team have been doing, right? He's answering phone calls when he's at the gas station, right? He's answering phone calls when he's putting the chicken in the oven at home, right? And because he is focused on hiring, right? He is focused on getting that done, and it is making a difference. All right. So thank you for that. It's huge. The other things, the workshops we've been talking about, the learning sessions, big picture, these have got 2 focus areas. One of them is technical. Those are the technical things we need to do to be better at doing school. Okay. So teaching and learning, content, scope and sequence, assessments, all of those sort of things. And then the other side of that is just being human-centered. If you don't connect with people, they don't care, period. Right? And so Antonio and myself have been trying to connect with people and then modeling, hey, this is how we try and connect people, right? Not to say that we nail it all the time, but we try our best and we're open to feedback. And we want all of our administrators and teachers to do the same. You try your best to connect. You be vulnerable. You're open to feedback and you connect on a human level. If you can connect on that human level, people are more likely to listen to the things you have to say around the technical aspects of trying to improve. So a lot of it was around that. Now, let's move on to the next slide and about connecting on a human level. I didn't get to go to the bus tour, but I did hear all about it from Rick and a few other people. And this was around connecting on a human level and essentially using it as a literal vehicle, right? To show new teachers, this is the community you're going to be serving. You need to know the community, right? And this is a vehicle to do that, as well as connecting as humans. So, Michael, would you play the video, please?
The song's gonna come on in a minute, right? The bus with us.
All aboard new NMCUSD staff. Earlier this week, all new certificated teachers and staff embarked on an exciting tour of the North Monterey County community and got to have the NMC experience where they had the opportunity to sample the world famous deep fried artichokes from Castroville and immerse themselves in the rich history and vibrant culture of NMC and our schools. A quick pit stop for lunch with a big thank you to Junior, the owner of Prunedale Roundtable, for generously providing a delicious free meal to our newest team members. It was a wonderful opportunity for everyone to get together and break bread. Overall, the energy was high and all our new staff are so excited to meet all our students on their first day, August 14th.
Yay, thank you. And a huge shout out there. Huge shout out to Yvette, Maria, and Bridget for putting that on. It sounds like it was super successful. And that was all of their idea. And it sounds like it's a tradition that we should continue. Yeah. Next slide, please.
All aboard.
Okay, so something else. So within our school district, we have two main ways that we define teaching and learning. One of them is through AVID, the other is through arts integration. And to deepen AVID, well, we have our high school's been doing AVID for a little while. Our middle school is kind of new. Our elementaries is kind of new. So we had some of our administrators and lead teachers go to a AVID conference in Anaheim, where they learned around what are the strategies to truly get kids college, career, and life ready. As it happens, AVID's mission is the exact same as ours. Super simple, right? Ensuring that all students graduate college, career, and life ready, which is what school is for, right? And so, you know, they got some takeaways, they got some strategies, things which they're bringing back to their staff. It sounds like that was pretty successful. I was over at the middle school this morning and they are bringing those strategies back. I was at the high school this morning, they're bringing those strategies back. So a good thing. Next slide, please. Okay, so freshman orientation and link crew. So link crew is a wonderful thing where students are already at the school are partnered up with new students who come to the school. Okay. And it's actually the students who show the new students around and they connect with them and they are a lifeline, literally a lifeline for some of the students to help them navigate those first few days of school and even beyond. And it sounds like the link crew was a real success here. I know, Adriana, your daughter, is in link crew and has been paired up with a few students who she's helping out, which is wonderful.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. It's a great way to actually interact with our students and make sure our students are also connecting with incoming students. And she was just blown and loved. And my kids have done it throughout the junior and senior year. The three of my students have done it, and they all love the connection they built with their group, with my kids. That's what they call them, my kids.
That's nice. That's super nice. Yeah. Yeah. And kids learn so much more from their peers like that, don't they? Yeah, they actually listen to them.
The juniors and seniors, I knew they were gonna be super nice and inviting. I my daughter's only in eighth grade, and during the summer got invited to go play basketball with the girls varsity. And I said, okay, your first day, just don't be quiet. If you act normal, they're gonna be so nice to you, so cool, and that's what happened. They're super engaging and nice and cool.
That's great as an eighth grader as well. That's
Yeah.
pretty awesome. Yeah. Michael, could you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so we've been hearing a lot about these tier one learning sessions, right? And I would just want to kind of tell you a little bit about what those actually are. So it involves the site principals, the teachers on special assignment, the TOSAs, and all of the instructional leads. So those are the teachers who lead their peers in their grade level or their department. Okay. And these meetings are essentially to build the capacity of those folks on a human-centered and technical way so that they can actually lead those teacher teams in the best strategies to increase student learning, right? And the strategy of saying, hey, you're now the leader, we're not going to train you how to do it, but we expect great things, is never going to work, right? If you don't provide the people with the right support and training, they're not going to be able to do it successfully. So these meetings are about providing the people the right support and training so that they can successfully lead the teacher teams. Right? We're going to continue to do this. So 6 times throughout the year, we've started off once, so another 5. And our aim here is to enhance tier 1 instruction, social emotional learning, and positive behavior interventions and support. Tier 1, that means everything which all kids get. Okay? If all kids get it, it's tier 1. If you can strengthen what all kids get, less kids need intervention because more kids get it the first time round. Okay. So the key to having less kids need intervention is strengthening what all kids get. That's what this tier 1 team is doing by working with their teacher teams. So we build a shared understanding of our instructional priorities and how we're going to improve things, which this year is essentially focusing on a common scope and sequence. So you can't improve stuff if you're teaching completely different stuff. You have to be teaching the same stuff. And then how will we know if the students have got it? That's the assessments. And then the third thing, how do we implement those research-based best practices, which are outlined in LCAP 5? And it's really around implementation. We know what those best practices are. Research has been done. It's around the implementation of it. So that's what those tier 1 learning sessions are all about, and we're looking forward to them. The plan is good. It's going to be all around implementation, though, but teachers and leaders really leaned in, and they were pretty wonderful days. Next slide, please. Okay, so another wonderful day was attending the LULAC Scholarship Banquet, which was put on by the local LULAC chapter and the president of LULAC here, Martha Chavarria. And this was to recognize and to give scholarships to North County students at university. Some were freshmen, some were sophomores, some were going into their junior or senior year, but it's really recognizing those students and giving literally the financial supports to do better, right? So that they can do well in school. I attended, Antonio also attended, and it was a really great day. So thank you for inviting us. Yes, I will be coming more. I've asked Martha to sign me up. Right. So
We got a new member.
that's right. New member. That's right. That's right.
Awesome. But I want to thank both of you guys did a great job on just really your introduction and your speech to the community on our goals and our mission. Got a lot of great feedback on that. We haven't had that incorporated in our program, and I think we want to continue that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Martha. Thank you. And now the last slide, please. So now we're going into a staffing update. So leave my glasses for this. Let's see. So, okay, so staffing update. This is for certificated hires, okay, at the schools. This isn't classified, just certificated. So Castroville is fully staffed. Elkhorn is fully staffed. Prunedale is fully staffed. Echo Valley, we recently got a resignation from a SDC teacher who we are letting go. And so that position has been posted. At the middle school, we're fully staffed for classroom teachers. We are still looking for an EL specialist and a band teacher. Okay. At the high school, last time we were here, we had 3 math vacancies. 2 of those have been filled. One of them, we're waiting for the person to sign. The person has until Friday. And so we're hoping that that person is going to sign for us. That's right. Right. Bribery is accepted in this area. Yes. We have 2 bio vacancies. One of them, we're waiting on the signature. Another is covered. Okay. But that's an open position. What I mean by that essentially is if we have teachers who resign late, basically in July, we do hold them until we get replacements. I mean, and there's competing needs here essentially, right? The need for the teacher to move on, which we completely respect, and the need of the students to have a teacher in the classroom. They're competing needs. The way which we balance those needs is contractual, right? The balance is you resign before the end of June, you go and you resign within July, and then we keep you until you have a replacement. That's how that balance is worked. Another vacancy which we have here is the CTE health medical field. That's a difficult one to fill. That is still a vacant position at the high school. Apart from that, we're looking good at the high school. Central Bay is fully staffed. For the elementary arts and music positions, this is the prep positions, okay? We're still hiring for those. We have, is it 3 folks we have there, Curtis? Is that correct? Down to 2 now. As of today, we're down to 2. Okay. Which means that we are going to need to put substitutes in those positions. Okay. We're hiring for those substitutes. We're also posting half-time positions because we may be able to attract some teachers who are retired and maybe they just want a part-time gig. If so, then we'll be able to do that. So that's where we are with the staffing update. Next steps, we've been talking about the 4 staff development, professional learning and work days. So I'm not going to go into that. We've already covered that. But that is my update. Michael, thank you very much.
And thank you. I want to say on the board report, but this applies to is what I've been asking for a year, and other is another body, you know, at campus supervisor at the middle school, for sure.
That has been posted, I believe. Do you want to give us a quick update on that, Curtis? Thank you.
Yeah, so the way this works is if we post a position that could be possibly more hours in the same job description, that employees with less than 8 hours. So right now we are looking for an 8-hour campus supervisor or campus monitor at the high school. So our next thing is to identify CSEA members that are in that same job class that are less than 8 hours that would like that position, that they are the first ones through seniority to get. And then the domino effect is to post for their positions if somebody takes it. So it happens concurrently, but we are good to go for that position, as well as increases at the elementary sites as well.
And we've also advertised for a 3-hour and a 6-hour position of campus monitors at the middle school, right?
It'll be posted in the morning. Yes.
Posted in the morning. Oh, right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, great work.
And
Great
that's
work, Curtis and HR team.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You and the team, right? I'm sure it's super, super hard
And just to be
because we've
clear,
seen
it's-
the org chart. It's pretty small. So
Yeah.
I'm sure it took
Small but mighty team.
exactly
And
mighty.
just to be clear, we're also hiring extra yard duties at each of the elementary schools for 3.5 hours and to Echo Valley.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Curtis. Thank you to you and your team.
Thank you. All right. So now we shall move over to public comment on non-agenda matters. So this is the time where an opportunity is provided for individuals to address the board on topics within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and not listed on the agenda. So if you wish to address the board on an agenda item, you will have time to be called on when that item is on the agenda. So make sure your presentations are 3 minutes. And I know that, again, we've gone live on public comment on Zoom. So for those individuals that are interested in addressing the board on non-agenda items, you will raise your hand. And I would like to know if Michael, if there's a head count of more or less. I know in the audience, I don't believe we have anybody present. Unless any of the, I see staff, but I didn't mean not present. There's staff here, but is there any items? Because I think you guys are on the agenda, right? But is there any comments on non-agenda items from the staff that are here at present? Okay, because I know you guys are here for the agenda items. So for non-agenda items, Michael, is there anybody that's interested in making a comment? Okay. Seeing that there's none, let's go ahead and adopt the consent agenda. So,
I moved to adopt.
all right, we have a motion to move.
Second.
Second from Adriana. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried. So let's go over to discussion item. We're going to receive a report on the annual attendance report.
So good evening, Board, Superintendent, and the public. My name is Sophie DeGroot, and I'm here to take a pause as we get excited about the new school year. Let's stop and look at the year that was. So that's the 23-24. So I will be giving the annual student attendance report.
Let's get back to reality here.
Next slide. So for the brief minutes that I have, I will be talking about the state reporting timeline, the attendance monitoring process, and the numbers that we certified to the state in July. Next slide. So every day that school's in session, we do take attendance. And the state does require us to submit those numbers 3 times during the school year. So the first time we submit the numbers is during P1, which is in January. We submit it in January, but CDE certifies it in February. At this time, we look at the attendance from the beginning of the school year up until December. The next time we do the submission is during P2. We submit it in April and CDE certifies it in June. This time we're looking at attendance again from the beginning of the school year up until April 15th. The last time that we submit our attendance numbers to the state is at the end of the school year in July. We do it in July, CDE certifies it the following year in February. And at this time, we're looking at the attendance for the whole school year. And those are the numbers that I'll be presenting tonight. Next slide. So to get us to those numbers, I mean, when I'm submitting the numbers, it's usually just a few figures that I'm punching in. But to get us to that, it takes a village. And we're doing this every single day that school's open. We start with the students coming to school and the parents dropping them. And then the teachers take that attendance in the classroom. We're looking at the bottom of the pencil at this point. We have the campus monitors that circulate the school to make sure that students are walking and going into their classes on time. At the front office, we have the attendance personnel, we have the administrative assistants, and we have the principals that are also helping monitor attendance. At this point, they monitor, they reconcile the site attendance, they make sure that the teachers have taken attendance on time, and everybody submitted that. They also take the phone calls from the parents that are reporting the absences and explaining why the students are absent. At the district level, we are working in concert with the sites. We are helping them reconcile, auditing their work as well, and also making sure that we have those monthly summaries that we put together in order to report the numbers to the state. Believe it or not, the DA is also involved in this process because there's a truancy process that works at the sites. At the same time, the external auditors are involved because they come in every year and check our work to make sure that we have processes in place and we are reporting accurate numbers, as accurate as they can be. So as you can see, it takes a great number of people to get this done. And then eventually we submit it to the state through the portal. Next slide. So as we take attendance, we are taking count of the students that are present. At the same time, we take count of students that are absent and those that come in late. The state requires us to quantify the absences into 2 brackets. So when the parents come in and they explain why the student is absent, on the end, we have to make sure it falls either between the excused absence or unexcused absence. And this is defined by the Ed Code. So some examples of excused absences include things like illness or medical appointment. But on the medical appointment, we do ask that parents, whenever possible, they schedule those outside of the school hours because it does interfere with instruction. But there are times when that can't happen. And so they do pick the students and take them to their appointments and bring them back, or they're absent the whole day because of that. Example of an excused absence would be, I overslept, or I'm having an extended vacation. I will be coming whenever we get back into town. So those are some of those that we mark as unexcused. So when we look at absences, there are 2 types. There's excused and unexcused. When we look at truancy, at this point, we are only looking at unexcused absence, and this is where the DA is involved. We also look at the tardies, unexcused tardies for students that come in 30 minutes late, 30 minutes or more, or students that leave early with unexcused, they leave early 30 minutes before school is out. After truancy, we look at chronic absenteeism because we do report these numbers to the state. And the difference between truancy and chronic absenteeism is that truancy, we're looking at unexcused absences only and unexcused tardies. When it comes to chronic absenteeism, we are looking at any absence. So it's both excused and unexcused. And we are also looking at students that have been absent 10% or more of the days that they are enrolled. For example, if a student is enrolled 180 days, 10% of that would be them missing 18 days of school. If a student is enrolled 20 days, 10% that is them missing 2 days of school. So it does add up. Sometimes we think that, oh, they only missed 2 days in a month. But when you look at the whole school year, 2 days in a month does add up. And those are the numbers that count towards chronic absenteeism. And so with that brief overview, we'll now jump into the reports that we submitted. And for this one, at first, we will look at the numbers that I certified to the state, and then how that is broken down by the school sites, and then by grade level. And then we'll culminate by looking at the trends in the chronic absenteeism. So the first report you see there is the numbers that we submitted to the state. While at this time, I only submit the average daily attendance, which we call the ADA, we first have to look at the enrollment, and that is the area in the blue, the top part. When you look across, we are looking at enrollment for the 23-24 from P1, P2, and P annual. When you look at it going down, we are looking at the cumulative enrollment. So these are the students that came through our district at any point during the school year. Some might have left in the middle to go to other districts, or some stayed on. So we're looking at everybody that was enrolled. The current attendance just shows the students that were actively enrolled at the time when we were submitting the report. And as you can see throughout the year, we have lost preliminarily about 200 students. Either they left to go to other districts, left to go to other states, or some that we were expecting to come back did not.
So that's as far as the enrollment. When we go down, this is now the ADA numbers. These are the numbers when you look at the very end, those are the numbers that we submit to the state, but we are required to chunk it or break it using the grade level span. So for our ADA reporting, we look at TK through 3rd grade, 4th through 6th, 7th through 8th, 9th through 12th. And we also look at the special programs, which is the special ed. Under each of the grade span, we look at the instructional setting. So we have our students in regular education, we have our special day classes, we have independent study, and we have home and hospital, and any other program that we may have. As you can see, we not only had a decline in enrollment from P1 to P-annual, we also had a decline in our ADA. And that is typically to be expected because we start out with more students, and as the year goes on, we do lose them. So when you look at our net loss, it was 6 units, 0.88 of ADA from P2 to P-annual. That is that last red number that you're seeing. But altogether between P1 and P-annual, we lost about 32 units of ADA. And so that's 32 students every single day for 180 days. That's what that means. These are the reports that I submitted. And so to come up with this report, I now break it apart just to show you how the sites fared on. And so when you look at this chart, at the top, the legend, the green, we're looking at the same period, P-annual, but for the previous year, 22-23. And then when you look at the blue, we're looking at the ADA for the 23-24. The dotted line is our target attendance rate, which is 95%. So when you look at the sites, how they performed in 22-23 and 23-24, you look at both years, we did not meet the 95% goal. But as you can see from the previous year, the 22-23 to the 23-24, there's been improvement across the sites, with the most improved site being Central Bay. They came in from 60-some% to 86%, I believe it is. And then overall as a district, we are at 92%. The next report is now breaking this down now to the grade level. And when you look at the top part, we had a 95% target and we missed it by 2.3 percentage points. So we are almost there.
Mhm.
It's just that we did not get quite there. When you look at the sites, you will see some of our bright spots, and the most notable one is Echo Valley. They missed it by 0.5. They were at 94.5%. So, and the grade levels that met the threshold are 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th grade at Echo Valley. For the other sites, they were close, but they did not meet the 95%. And when you look down at independent study, we have some grades that are bright spots as well because they met the 95% threshold. And so that is that by site and grade level. The final one that we will look at is full of numbers. And this is the absenteeism trend since 2017 up until 2023-24. The top part, which is marked A, we are looking at what was our enrollment in blue. And then underneath that is broken down by site. And now of the students that were enrolled, we had about 90% of them missing 1 or more days. So they had 1 or more days of absences. So like in our last example, in 23-24, we had 4660 enrolled cumulatively, and out of those 4415 were absent 1 or more days. When you look down of the students that were absent, we are now in section B. On average, in 23-24, they were absent 13 days. You see there in green, there's Monterey County and statewide. We still don't have those counts yet because we just submitted it. So as soon as those become available, we will update this. But as you can see, we are going back to our pre-COVID numbers. With this one being 13, and you can see in 18-19, the average was 10 days. So we are slowly going back to our pre-COVID numbers. You see that in 2020, 2021, and 21-22, those were our highest days, and were even higher than the state and the county at that time. We had a lot of more absences. Bringing it down to part C, we are now looking at students with excused absences. So out of the 4,400 that were absent in 23-24 for 1 or more days, about that's 50%, 55% in 23-24 were absent due to excused absences. When you look at pre-COVID days, in 18-19, the number was 57% for the district. Now it's 55%. Is that 55, 59%? So we're slowly going back to our pre-COVID numbers. As you can see in 2021, the number was 20. This is when we came back right from COVID. And you can look at the state and the county, the trends were the same. So what happened here is parents kept students home for long instead of bringing them in to school because we were open. And some, it was maybe out of fear because of COVID, they prefer to have them home. And then there was also the confusion about the policy. Where do we keep them home? When are they allowed to come back to school? So we've worked through that and made that clear. So going forward, we can see now the numbers are normalizing a little bit. The part D, we are now looking at the unexcused absences. So at the top, we did excused. At the bottom, we're now looking at unexcused. And in 23-24, we had 40%, about 40% were absent due to unexcused absences. Again, we're going back to our pre-COVID days, and hopefully we will be a lot better than that. When you look at the unexcused absences in 21, 22, and 2021, they were higher then because the reasons why they were keeping them home were no longer valid at that time because we were supposed to have been back to in-person instruction. And it's the same across the state. So it wasn't just we were an outlier. It was a trend that was witnessed across the state. The last part now we are looking at is the chronic absenteeism. So here it's any student that missed school for 10% or more days. They missed because of excused absences or unexcused absences. It was any kind of absence. And as you can see, in 23-24, we are at 25%. Again, it's a little bit higher, but we're going closer to our pre-COVID days. You will notice that in 21-22 and 22-23, our numbers were a lot higher. And it is at this time that we had been identified for differentiated assistance. And we worked in concert with the County Office of Education, MCOE, and other neighboring districts that were in similar situation. And we started actively tackling chronic absenteeism and being specific about it. And it's part of our LCAP right now. And as you can see, the numbers are slowly going down. And we hope this trend continues. So as we start the new school year, we are starting with that benchmark, that baseline data, and hoping that the numbers will be a lot more less than that. And with that, that is my report for the attendance report that we submitted for the year that was. I will open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Sophie. I'll start with the audience. Any comments or statements from anyone in the audience? Okay, seeing that there's none, anybody on Zoom? We have one person. Okay. Please go ahead and introduce yourself and we can get started.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, this is Stephanie Bachman. Good evening. I just had a quick, I guess, comment or question concerning like the unexcused absences. I know it's hard sometimes for parents to get a hold of admins at site or, you know, mailbox is full, they can't get through to anybody. Have we made any progress trying to, and I know other districts do this, is excused absences via parent view?
Who would like to answer that question?
Michael is the title.
Michael, are you able to answer that question?
Hold on, Stephanie. Michael's going to switch the mic over and here we go.
We looked at that at one time. The system is certainly capable of that. The discussion became around because of the chronic absenteeism, because how many students we actually had out. The goal was to have basically the parents have a human interaction when they were calling in sick. We also had when we first went on the parent view, we had more students that knew their parents' passwords than the parents, as to Adriana's point. So basically that would allow a student to go in and make their change without actually having to interact with the human. So it's certainly a discussion that we can have, but that was the discussion that was had at the time.
Yeah, it's time to revisit it. I think we need that functionality, and if it gets parents to say, hey, my kid's sick. I mean, I've had the same frustration. And then I also think the admin's time could be spent on something better than having to listen to all the message and then manually going in and typing the excuses. I think it would be a lot better, that functionality for parents. I think I'd mentioned that to you before, that parents have asked me about the GPA on Parent View and then why they can't enter in the absences. So I think, thank you, Stephanie, for bringing that up.
And then one last quick one. As far, I know the traffic's going to be crazy at the high school for, you know, totally get it, totally understand. But my question is, as far as tardiness, because of traffic, I don't want that to hit the ADA. Is there going to be a little more lenient time than the 30 minutes due to traffic?
I believe that is a law. I don't think that is something which we can change, unfortunately. So no. And you know, my advice to parents would be, you know, understand that there is going to be a bit of heightened traffic. It's going to take a little bit more time, and so, you know, arrive early, I think, to avoid the crowds.
Totally understandable. I just know in the past it's taken me almost 2.5 hours to drop off my son at Elkhorn. So just a
goodness.
Yeah, food for thought.
No,
It
thank
gets
you for
crazy.
sharing. Thank you for sharing that, because those are all areas that, you know, conversations they can have dialogue around.
Yeah. And
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And also we can look into the parent view. I can report back to the board.
Yeah, and I think one thing that I think would be very beneficial is if all the teachers follow the same policy about tardiness. Because I know that again, sometimes for my own kids when they will all come at the same time. And I know for sure they would go into their class. Some of them were marked tardy, some of them were not marked tardy because of 2 minutes or 5 minutes time. And so if there should be some policy state like or district wide practice of what is tardiness and what is not tardiness. And then be consistent with all teachers to make sure that students are also understanding and not, because they do mention it all depends on the teacher.
Yeah, it should not depend on the teacher.
Okay, so now questions. Thank you. Thank you for your comments and responding to Stephanie. Any comments for Sophie?
I guess I have a question, which is, what is the difference between excused absence and unexcused absence? Does that mean that we get money if it's excused or no? It's just okay.
No?
Yes, no? What?
So we don't get any money for any absence,
Regardless.
regardless.
Oh, it doesn't
Any-
matter if
no,
it's
no,
excused.
They changed that.
Oh,
And
They did.
Ed code does define what is excused. And so if it doesn't fall under those, then it becomes unexcused. That is why sometimes you'll find that we keep asking, explain to me why you're absent, and it feels like we're in your business,
yeah.
but we're trying to see how to code it.
And you're coding it just because of tracking purposes, because you're not going to get any revenue regardless of
Correct.
why they were absent.
And truancy
And-
purpose.
And truancy purpose, and we have to report that back to the state.
Thank
And-
you, Sophie.
Just to follow up on that question as well. So I think in your presentation, it also said that if you, it is for truancy purposes, yes. So essentially, if you're unexcused absence 3 times, right, then you are known as being habitually truant, which means that you get a letter, right? Whereas if those tardies are actually excused, then you would not be in that situation. So there is a difference in how those are treated.
Dr. Turkey, I know in between that, there's interventions, right? I mean, that's why we have the community care liaisons to kind of reach out to these parents or students to understand why they're being truant.
Correct.
So all those interventions take place before they're reported to the DA?
That is correct.
Okay.
So we follow the tiered approach where there's tier 1, tier 2, and each time they will make contact with the family to try and improve that attendance before you get to the DA. So those that go to the DA, it's because some of the resources that we've offered or the interventions that we've offered do not work or have not worked.
And the research is actually pretty clear on the way which we handle absences at the school site does matter. So for example, if our response is, hey, we noticed that your child has been absent, what is it that we can do to help? And we're kind in our interactions and we're caring and we come from a place of we want to help. That's much more likely to actually have parents trust us and want to come to school. Whereas if we're punitive and say that, hey, you're in trouble for your child not coming to school, that makes the parents not trust us. Because there may be a good reason why their child does not come to school. And if we have a punitive approach, it's much more likely that they will not be coming to school. So in a nutshell, punitive doesn't work, right? But caring does.
Matt, I would also like to add that I think if students feel safe at school, they're more likely to come and they feel connections with their teachers.
Yep.
So all the work that you're doing, I think is going to increase attendance when students feel connected, when students feel safe, because there's the appropriate level of yard supervisors and campus supervisors. So I think this is all a step in the right direction.
I have one question, clarifying question. Sophie, as much as sometimes we, as parents, want to pull them out after, like make appointments after school, there's so many appointments available and so many kids. So what is like, if we bring the child to school and then have to take them out early, does that count? It doesn't count? What is?
And this is just for the appointments?
Yeah, like bring them, like to pull them out, like let's say half an hour early or an hour early to get to an appointment, or pull them for an hour and then bring them back.
So that will not, you will not get a truancy because of that, because it becomes excused. Yeah, so medical appointments have been defined as excused.
But will we get any ADA for that?
If you pull them, so if they came to school and then left, we do get ADA.
Okay.
If they didn't come at all, we do not.
So I
get
think
ADA.
that would be, again, like you've heard me many times say that education needs to be given to parents. So at least they know, hey, if it's an hour appointment, don't keep them all day. Bring them to school.
Yeah, bring them and then you go to your appointment.
Yep.
Yes.
And then at the high school, Matt, I've heard that teachers express concerns that students roll in with their coffees, 5 or 10 or 15 minutes, and that it's disruptive. Yeah. So I think that's something to consider too, right? What's that balance between autonomy yet respecting and expectations?
So the research is actually clear on this as well. So yeah, which is great, right? So essentially, when a kid rolls into class late, as teachers, what we do is we say, Sandra, it's so good to see you. It's great that you're here. Here, have a seat, and we'll get you caught up. Period.
Okay.
If we say, oh my gosh, Sandra, again, you're kidding me. Next time, Sandra's not even going to bother coming in 10 minutes late. She just ain't going to come to that class. So, I mean, in terms of the expectations around food in class, that's a whole other thing. But the how we should react when a student comes in late is really clear.
Do you mind if I add a little bit too? Because that happened to me
please.
more than once. Walking in the classroom, but I go to Synergy. And I hit up with tardy,
Exactly
So
what you should
then
do.
I'm still holding them accountable. And it's all being reported, but. Because I had a student that did that many times and because I kept marking him tardy after a while. Mr. Marco, why am I tardy? I'm like, because you show up with Starbucks, so I don't have one. I mean, you can't be doing that. And we had a good relationship, but he was still being held accountable. Letter got sent out to mom. Mom figured out that he was going to Starbucks first before going to school, and she nipped it.
I think that communication with the parent there is just key, right? Because if I'm a parent and you give me a call and you say, hey, I'm concerned about Matt. He keeps on missing 10 minutes of class. And by the way, he's coming in with Starbucks late. I'll be like, well, let me have a word with him. For sure.
A little bit more to this. This is where I'm really excited about what Michael did in this online 10 minutes did. The old way previously, I tried contacting home and the numbers weren't correct or it was inputted incorrectly. With the new system now, that how the parents did it, it's going to be easier for teachers to get a hold of legal guardians or parents of students. So very excited for this year for accountability purposes.
Matt, are teachers getting training on expectations and how to handle? I mean, you just brought up some very good research.
Yeah.
So how are the teachers being informed on what the best way to handle those is, and then, the expectations that we're setting for them?
Great question. So during those first 4 days of school, on Monday, the principals and their staff are going through their PBIS expectations, which are their positive behavior interventions and supports, right? And so the way which you do that as a principal, as a school, is you gather all of your staff together and you say, okay, what are our agreed upon expectations going to be, backed up by research, right, in our school, and how are we going to do that? In elementary schools, they usually have things like be safe, be respectful, and I always forget the third B. There's another B there. It's not going to come to me right now. And then at secondary school, it's similar kind of things, right? Which are, what are the expectations for students before school, for staff before school, right? For administration before school? What will each set of people do, right? Within the actual classroom, what's the expectation for students? What's the expectation for teachers? What's the expectation for admin? What's the expectation when Matt, the student, doesn't meet that expectation, right? What should the teachers do? And so you actually make that an expectation across the entire school so that there's consistency. It's consistency which makes these things work. If we as the adults are inconsistent, that's what breaks it. Yeah.
So will there be, so you do it on day one, Are there plans to do it? Is Sophie getting this data out once a month, once a quarter? How do we, if we notice that maybe the trend line's not moving the way we want, how do we reset expectations? Or you see there's a teacher that's not following it. Do you have plans in place to address that?
So then that all goes up to, so let's say you set the expectations as a principal, and then you say that, let's say, the teacher is not following that, then the expectation is to follow up, right? And it's all looking at data and it's all following up. It's implementation, right? And there might be a good reason why that teacher isn't doing it. And so it starts with the wondering, right? Which is, oh gosh, I noticed, right? That students are coming into your class late, yet all of them are being marked present. Why is that? Right? And then we try and understand why, and then we fix it. But we do so out of a place of compassion and kindness rather than out of being punitive.
Right. I think.
I was just gonna say, to add to your question, I think you asked if it was if the staff was being educated on the reports that she provides. Sophie, I thought you do go out to the sites, right?
So for the attendance personnel, we do hold quarterly meetings. So before the school starts, we'll have a training, and then we'll have every 3 months we will meet. In the meantime, we do site by site when they need any training, specific training. So they call on us and we go and train
I
them.
think it would be helpful for the teachers. I don't know if there is a way to provide this information. Here's what the site is doing. Here's a refresher. Because information is power, maybe knowing that you're so close to getting to the goal, or just this little bit might nudge it up, or how to handle truancies might help. Because I forget stuff, they tell me stuff and I forget. So it might be helpful to be reminded.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's my 2 cents. I'm gonna be quiet now.
No, thank you for that. I mean, I know you guys, this has been a topic for many years and it looks like we're trending in the right direction, but and that's the key. And I appreciate, the data and the trends that we shared, because I was waiting to see the trend. And so my only question then is, looking at all the schools, Echo Valley seems to really stand out, right, on meeting those goals. Are they working together, the elementaries, to see what is Echo Valley doing differently with the elementaries?
So in the meetings which we've had around chronic absenteeism, the folks do share, right? And there are certain things which Jacob is doing really well over at Echo Valley. So you mentioned connectedness, right? Student connectedness, that's huge. They also do things which is spreading, by the way, right? So Jacob's always done glow parties, and he's done them for attendance, right? Which are they're actually pretty awesome, right?
I've seen them.
Yeah. And they're kind of like, so that's an example. No, not everybody's a DJ, right? So not everybody can put on a glow party like Jacob can put on a glow party, right? But everybody can give incentives for enrollment. Incentives for attendance, right? Hey, classes, you hit your attendance goal, right? You come like for every day of the week, you get a squidgy ball or something, right? But those at the elementary level, those incentives for attendance, they work, right? And then the student connectedness, they work. And I know that from being at Echo Valley, the kids are happy. They want to come to school.
I have 2 things. Again, I'm probably gonna be the one looked at bad, but there's kids that will never have perfect attendance for medical reasons, and we should not say that they don't receive an incentive. Right? Because if the incentives are given for you to come every day to school, then those kids are never gonna get the perfect attendance certificate. They're never gonna get that for medical reasons. Not because they want to be truant or stuff like that. And I always say that because I do have one of those. That's never gonna get perfect attendance. The other thing is, you mentioned that when you were a teacher, you would mark them tardy. There, I hear students that are sent back to the office, and then from the office, they're marked tardy, and then they go back to the classroom when they were already in the classroom. Sent out, lost more time. Again, it needs to be consistent throughout the school.
Yeah.
What the process will be.
If you don't mind adding that.
Agreed.
That had to do with I think it was my when we first got back from COVID, there was a little bit of confusion because in the past, you would go to the office and get a note saying you're tardy. But you now have the synergy in this computer program where you don't need that note. All you have to do is just let a student walk in, get in his class, and you go to your computer and just mark them tardy. So to prevent that problem of them, losing 10, 15, 20 more minutes more time, because obviously they're going to go to the office, go to the bathroom, go to their friend, go to the library, and then
Chat
come
with the other
back.
person that was late.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, it's better. We like I said, from my understanding, we have that access where we don't need to go that large route. Keep them like the minute they come into that cross that threshold, keep them.
Yeah.
You can handle it on the computer for targeting.
I think that you're bringing up basically these are things which need to be improved.
Yep. And
Right.
the last thing, Matt,
Yeah.
I'll promise. The
Yeah,
last thing
no, it's okay. You can keep
is
going.
that, again, you have to define what's a tardy, because some will mark tardy right at the first bell, at the warning bell, and some will mark tardy at the second bell. And it's when is it that they're tardy, at the first bell or the second bell? So students can also know, hey, the bell rang, but it doesn't mean you have 5 more minutes to sit down and chat. It means you get to class, you should be in class by the first bell or by the second bell. They need clarity. And I think that is also what also is hard for students when they don't have that clarity. Well, some of them are going, well, I was there at the second bell, and it's like, now the teacher's marking you late already.
If I can add this to another program that we have that, remember when I first got appointed, I kept talking about 5-star. Mr. Garcia might know about it now, but because if you're gone for 30 minutes, it's considered truant, right?
It's true.
And I had that problem in my math classes. I want to go to the bathroom and then they'll show up 50 minutes later. But with 5-star, you scan them, check it out. And then all of a sudden they're being, it shows up in the mainframe, like who's gone, how long they've been gone, from which teacher's class. And then if you remember last year, at the beginning of school year, how we were getting a lot of complaints from staff that there's a lot of students walking around. That's when I kept asking about it. Well, I was talking to Marissa. She said they really started to bring back 5-star usage towards the end of the school year, and then cut back on numbers and cut back on truancy and tardiness. So I'm hoping we get more information about 5-star and then some of the uses that we can get out of it, because there's incentives on 5-star. There's other stuff given to students to show up, have school spirit, stay in the classroom. Because that's a big key, is to stay there. And then also, what made it successful is that at that time, we were fully staffed with campus monitors, right?
Middle and high campus monitors.
Campus monitor, I'm learning the words. And the campus monitors would have an iPad, and they would see every student who got marked out from which classroom, what teacher. And then it would flag, and it's like, oh, it's been over 7 minutes. Find them. And they would go hunt them down and bring them back to class. So it was amazing, because when we used it, all my students were coming back to class. Not just from me, but from other teachers. But then we had the transition period. It's not being used, so now they're all roaming, getting into fights, getting in trouble. So I'm hoping, I made this request before you were here, but bring 5-star presentation to the board to explain how it works and how it improves the absences and truancy. And also the incentives it gives for students to have like school spirit and be a part of events.
Thank you, Angelo, and thank you, everyone. You guys, great dialogue, great conversation. And Sophie, thank you again for the hard work and the data and keeping us on track. Thank you. All right, so next item is approve and revise the revised local control accountability plan. I move to approve.
Good evening again, board president, community. So in on June 27th board meeting, you actually had approved our local control and accountability plan. So next slide, please. In order for us to finally receive final approval from Monterey County Office of Education, is due by September 15, El Día de Independencia, right? And my daughter's birthday. It needs to have all the required components done in the plan. And next slide, please. What you're going to find is that there's 3 clarifications that we needed to make into our plan, our LCAP. One of them is that there's a calculator that's done by LCFF by the state that is updated every so often. So it was last updated on July 29th after you had already approved the LCAP. So one of the clarifications and adjustments that we needed to make was this piece on the percent of the funds that are used to focus on our students that are our target students, our students who might be struggling the most, English learners, low income, and our foster youth. So this is this part is a technical piece that we needed to adjust once the state let us know that the calculation was different. So before I get into the other pieces, that's the first one, right? The other part is that we need to have data disaggregated for our target student groups that we have. So there was opportunities in our LCAP where we can break it down. So as opposed to saying 30% of students were meeting and exceeding math standards, we broke it down also by our English learners, by our students that are low income, by the students that are foster youth. So the second clarification that you will see on here is that we disaggregated the data. The third clarification that I'm previewing to you that we're going to get into is that anytime that we have a red indicator on the California dashboard, either for the school district or for an individual school site, you have to have a specific action that talks about how you're going to increase or improve the services for that group, say English learners or low income or foster youth. So those three adjustments we made into this LCAP. It does not change how much money we have. What it does, that it clarifies where we're focusing the funds. It clarifies real clearly to our community, to our staff, and to us that services are going to specific groups and that we are disaggregating the data in a very clear way. So those are the three changes that I'm going to be giving you a bit more detail on right now. So as you can see here, the adjustment was $304,000 and $304,500 that needed to be with the calculation highlighted and focused in different areas of our LCAP. Next slide, please. So what are the solutions that we came up with was to look at funds and services that are focused on, like, as Dr. Turkey was saying, some services that are across the board for everyone. They're not for a specific group. So we looked at areas where there was funds there on a broader level, like Goal 1.1 that I'll talk about in a few moments, and then moving it into areas that are targeted for our student groups. Next slide, please. So the solution that we came up with is we looked at funding that we had in Goal 1.1, which is our guaranteed viable curriculum, and also looking at Goal 1.7, focus on digital media and literacy integration. And we moved it instead to Goals 1.4 that is specifically targeted for the student groups that I just mentioned. So again, it just really heightens the focus and our focus on those student groups as opposed to leaving it broadly for all students. So that was one of the changes that we made in our LCAP. Next slide, please. And here you see the breakdown where we moved the funds over to 1.4, 152,500 and 152,000 from 1.7, 1.1 respectively into 1.4. Next slide. The second clarification that I mentioned is that we have to disaggregate the data in our LCAP. As I mentioned before it was like talking about all students. So, X percentage of our kids are at this level of chronic absenteeism. Well, now there's data in our LCAP that says English learners, this is a chronic absenteeism for them, or for students who are low income, foster youth, etc. So it's honestly a way better, smarter, clearer LCAP with these changes that we're making, so we can be honed in on the data for the student groups. It's a requirement. And even if it wasn't, honestly, it's just best practice. It's something that we want to do. Next slide, please. So here is where you would see some of this, right? So the LCAP is super large, right? You have it in front of you in case you want some additional reading, but you also have the slide deck to counter reference it, right? So when you get to metrics like 1.5 and 1.6, 2.3, 2.6, 7.1, these are examples where before it was what I said, it was general data disaggregation. I'm sorry, it was just general data analysis, and now it's disaggregated by those groups. In addition, though, for 1.5 and 1.6, one difference that you will see in metrics 1.5 and 1.6 is that before it would just tell you the percent of kids, for example, with mathematics that met or exceeded standard, right? Now, not only do we have that, but now it will tell you for our English learners, for our foster youth, again, how close were they or not close were they to meeting standards? So it doesn't just say 20% met or exceeded. Now we're going to be able to see English learners on average were like 80 points away from meeting standard, or our foster youth were 20 points closer to meeting standard. So again, it gives us more precise information and accountability to those groups. Next slide, please. The third clarification, I know in previous board presentations, you've seen this chart, right, that has all these colors, red, yellow, blue and green, with the different groups with how we're doing. Anytime you have someone in red, which is not good, the performance is low, or they're regressing, even if they were like, say, at an okay level. If they're in the red, the LCAP will not be approved by MCOE if we don't showcase and highlight what we are doing specifically for any student that falls into that red category, any student group, sorry, that falls into that category. It could be for the entire school district. It could be for Echo Valley. It could be for the middle school. Anytime the state has identified that for the district or for a site, a group is struggling and in the red category, you have to demonstrate specifically how you are supporting them in the LCAP. It can't be general. Next slide, please. So for example, these are the areas of actions across our LCAP, and we also have page numbers, so it's a little bit easier for you to see where these actions fall for the students that fall in the red indicators. And again, some of them are district-wide, and some of them are only for specific sites. And I want to show you an example of one of them, of how we change the language to be much more targeted. Next slide, please. So here, when you look at 2.2, where before it was general, you can see here, I'll just read it out loud, right? Implement positive behavior intervention supports and restorative justice practices as part of a positive discipline model, which will target students who are disproportionately in need. Specifically, this will address the red indicators for suspension. That's the category, right? For who? For foster youth district-wide, and for homeless youth at our middle school. Because for suspension, we were in the red here for our homeless youth at our middle school, and we were in the red for foster youth across the district. And we are highlighting specifically what are the services, including the monies allocated to support that. That's an example, and we did that for all of them that were on the previous slide, so they could be more focused. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I ask kindly board that you approve these changes that I do think make our LCAP stronger, clear, hold us more accountable, and to our community and to ourselves. And if you do, then once approved, it will go to MCOE yet again for approval. And then we can finally get the approval letters, like I said, by September. And I was remiss at the very beginning to give kudos to MCOE, and specifically Michelle Ramirez from MCOE, because she was working through the weekend, after hours, in the evening, to help us make our plan be successful. So it's not like it's us against the County Office of Education. They want us to succeed. And she in particular spent a lot of time working with myself and Dr. Turkey to make sure that this LCAP is stronger and clear. And I'm happy to take any questions that y'all may have, but those are the changes that are in the LCAP. In this LCAP.
Thank you so much, Mr. Garcia. And I'll go ahead and start with the audience. Any comments or statement from the audience? How about online? Do we have any comments, questions, statements with anyone on Zoom? And I know that they're interpreting in Spanish. Okay, seeing that there's none, we will then ask the board.
No, great changes. I agree.
Thank you.
We need this.
Yeah, the breakdown is great, and I appreciate what you just described, how you just found this out and you guys had to work on this last minute to kind of make sure we meet the goal, meet the target. So thank you to you and the team who had to do all this hard work.
I do
And-
have a question.
Sure.
It's kind of related, but not necessarily, well, it is kind of related. The CASA results, I know we get some early numbers.
Yeah.
And then they're going to be released. They get letters mailed directly to parents, correct?
Yes.
Because this is for 24-25, the goals, but the most recent data.
So the data has come out. However, it is not public yet, I don't believe. Sophie, would you mind telling me, when does the data become public so we could actually share it in a public meeting? If you know. Sorry, putting you on the spot.
Sure, but I have to look, I think for class around October, November.
Okay, I thought that,
We
okay.
don't
I'm,
get those
Yeah.
numbers.
But there's
And
preliminary
So,
numbers, yeah.
they're not publicly available. We cannot show them within a board meeting.
Right.
Um,
Maybe a closed session. I mean, the thing is, in October, we're already.
I believe that actually I mean, I'll check up on this and
Okay.
get back to you because actually I thought
Okay.
it was sometime different from that. The piece which Antonio was talking around, that the way which we've always reported them here has been how many kids met or exceeded versus didn't. And that's okay, but it's binary, right? And so the kid either meets it or they don't. That's the only measure, right? It's a yes or no measure, right? So, for example, the kid who is 100 points below meeting standard gets put in the exact same bucket as the kid who is 1 point below standard. Same bucket, right? A kid who's 1 point above standard gets put in the same bucket as a kid who's 150 points above standard, right? And so the measure which we're including here is the distance from standard, right? Which is it's an average, right, of all those points. So take those points again, right? The -1 and the -100, they get averaged out to like -50 rather than just a plain no, right? Those data are much better for us to work with, and it's what the dashboard is focused on. So it's a better measure.
Okay. But where's the most recent data?
I will see when I'm allowed to
that's really
share
my
it.
question,
I will
right?
see when I can share it with the board in a public session.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Okay, because I've heard other districts board members who got access to the data. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate
Any
it.
other any other questions from the board? Statement? All right. Well, thank you so much. Ms.
Thank you.
Villalobos.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we need to have a motion. This is to approve.
I move to approve item.
Okay, there's a motion from Ricardo to approve,
Second.
and there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carried. All right, so at this point now, is there any board reports?
Just, the two things that have already been mentioned. One is parent view and reporting absences in parent view, the possibility. And then secondly, the data from the CASP, when it will be available to share with the community.
Right.
Yep, please.
Okay, any other?
Also used for other things such as sealed by literacy.
Yeah, I think I know it's the summer and they usually start up when, but the committees, like a facilities meeting, it'd be great to get those started again. And we talked about the wellness possibility of doing that. So, yeah, I can't wait to have those meetings again.
I just checked AI, by the way. It does vary year from year, right?
Nice.
But however, it's usually in the late summer or early fall. So as soon
Okay.
as those are publicly available, we will actually have a board meeting where we show them publicly. We just
Okay.
can't do that yet.
Right, look how fast you got that.
I know.
Right. Meeting adjourned at 8:31. Thank you.
Get our first internet public comment. That's